Match found. Fight!
Right there.
There you are, you little shit.
Drop one. Haha, amateurs.
Flawless.
Here.
Lone wolf.
Match point. Flawless.
Hey Chinchilla, yeah, I had the game audio low because I was listening to the video, and the Kriya video is really low, so yeah, that's why.
It depends on your inner self. I remember a group of gypsies in Bucharest,
Sorry.
and they came to us.
I just realized, oh my god, it's okay. I'm a little out of it. It's all good. I didn't even have the audio on at all. That's why. There we go. Sorry. It's all good. Sorry, not sorry. It should be fixed now. Yeah. Have a big Saturday.
Things and overcome something in myself or in my karma or whatever it is. It's as if an actual load had been taken off my shoulders. You will find that your life is entirely self-made. And if you find happiness in life, it's because you make that happiness for yourself. The kind of success I'm talking about is that. However, we do have to overcome certain things in our lives. We do have to find success. It's not much fun to be poor. Not much fun to find that things don't go the way you would like them to. It's important to be able to mold your life outwardly too. And this is one of the keys that I want to talk about this evening. Energy is the primary cause of success. When you can put energy into what you're doing, I remember there was a group of people who were starting a company, and they kept talking about all the millions that they would make, but they weren't doing the things necessary to get those millions. If you put the energy out, the results will take care of themselves. In the Indian scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, it says, Nishkam karma, action without desire for the fruits of action. This is the way. How do you do it? How do you manage to convey these abstract thoughts? I'm amazed. If you can really understand that the energy you put out determines how much you get back, you can be the president of your company if you learn that it doesn't come from toadying, from pleasing, but from doing a good job. So many people look for shortcuts. They try to curry favor. They try to buy their way in. I have never taken a bribe in my life, and I've had plenty of temptations to do so. I've never bribed anyone in my life. I've had plenty of temptations to do so. It means absolutely nothing. Honestly, I say this with my complete sincerity. I would rather that Ananda fail than that it succeed in the wrong way. There are two rules at Ananda, and I would like to propose them to you too. The first is people are more important than things. People are more important than projects. When you have, when you're trying to scramble up the ladder of success, let's say, if you can say that I don't care for success nearly so much as I care for other people and for their happiness, this is right use of moral principle. I wrote a book, and it's a very interesting book, and naturally I like it, but it is called Hope for a Better World. And in this I take on some of the big guns of Western civilization. And I take on Adam Smith. And he scandalized the people of his day by saying that everybody is really looking for himself and working for himself. And instead of resisting that and saying it's immoral, I look at it with an impartial eye and I say, of course it's true. Naturally you're going to work for yourself. Who else are you going to work for? The question is how you work. So I postulated two kinds of baker. One of them was called William Baker. The other one was called Joe Crumpet. And William Baker thought in terms of how much he would make out of his customers. And when they came in the door, he only thought about what he'd get from them. And he took his money and let them go and didn't pay any attention to them. Joe Crumpet, on the other hand, greeted them all as friends, not just customers, friends. And when they came in, he would ask them how they were and how their family was. He would take an interest in their lives. He would ask them, what kind of bread would you like me to make? Is there something that I'm not making that you would enjoy? To whom would people go? Both of these men are thinking of their own success. But to whom would you go to? Obviously, the one who's interested in you too. I was in Taormina in Sicily a few years ago, and I went into a shop where I wanted to buy a hat because the sun was strong. And the woman there, I asked her, which hat do your customers like best? Because I really don't wear hats and don't know much about it. She said, I don't care, just they pay me and they leave. What more do they interest me than that? I said, here you are wasting 8 hours a day just thinking in terms of how many shekels you're going to get, and you're not thinking in terms of these people as an opportunity to make friends. You're not finding happiness in your work because you're not thinking of anything that will make other people happy. What is the use of living like that? You go home and watch TV and have nightmares? And I left, I didn't buy a hat. Well, the next year I was in that town and I happened to be walking past her shop. I wasn't going to go in, but she was outside. And you know, that woman came to me with tears in her eyes. She said, thank you. You've taught me a very good lesson. And when the hotel gave us a bottle of wine because we were repeat customers, so we don't drink alcohol. So I thought, well, let me give it to her. And she was really weeping. And she kissed me on both cheeks before I could get my guard up. And it was so important to her to understand that simple principle. When you work, why not enjoy your work? Enjoy your customers, enjoy the people you're working with. You can do it. Don't think just in terms of what you're going to get out of it. Think in terms of what you can give. The energy you put into it will be comparable to the energy you get back from it. Energy is very important. Another very important thing for success is concentration. People who work with half their mind and half their mind somewhere else, they can't succeed. Whatever you do, do it with keen interest. Everything can be interesting if you really put yourself into it. But without concentration, you can't. This is why meditation is so important. I have found that by meditation, time itself doesn't seem to matter anymore. I can do in a very quick time something that normally would take a long time. I remember Padma, she's probably here tonight. She was in charge of our publications years ago. And we were having our 20th anniversary. This year is our 40th anniversary. So 1988. And she was saying that it would be such a nice thing to put out a book for this occasion. I said, yes, but I only have a week, and then I've got commitments. I can't put more time into it than that. And it was not possible. She said, well, it would be nice. She's very persistent. And I said, yeah, it would be, but. And then I thought about it, and I said, yes, it would be. And I can't do it, possibly, but God can do anything through me. And so I put aside the thought of a week. I just said, this is a job that needs to be done, and done in a hurry. And the second day of my writing this thing, the electricity went out. Somebody was in the room and turned off the fuse by mistake, and I lost all my work. I was so discouraged, I didn't do any more work that day, didn't have the willpower to do work the next day. So essentially in 4 days, I wrote that book, and it's a very good book, and I recommend it. What a salesman, I'm sorry. It's called Cities of Light. But it was amazing how quickly that book came to me. It just flowed. There was almost no editing that I needed to do. You can do everything. You can rise above time and space if you put yourself in a sufficiently concentrated state. And there's something else to concentration, more than just focusing your mind. There is a superconscious level that you can touch. And when you can reach that level, really God can do anything through you. I have to say that's the secret of my, whatever limited success I've had in my life. The plain truth that I simply can't do anything well, and so why worry about it? He can do simply can't do anything well, and so why worry about it? The plain truth that I simply can't do anything well, and so why worry about it? He can do anything and everything. If you feel yourself to be open to receiving inspiration, we are like little points of light with the sunlight shining down upon us. It's amazing how much you can draw from your own light. Anything and do anything well, and so why worry? That's the secret of my, God can do anything through you. I have to say that's the secret of my, whatever limited success I've had in my life. The plain truth that I simply can't do anything well, and so why worry about it? He can do anything and everything. If you feel yourself to be open to receiving inspiration, we are like little points of light with the sunlight shining down upon us. It's amazing how much you can draw from your own inner self. You don't have to be there pleading to God, please give me favor, do me the favor of making this work and so on. Don't worry about it. Just demand that He give you what you want, and He'll do it. That divine law doesn't work by humbly begging and pleading. In that song that we sing, door of my heart, open wide I keep for thee. There was one stanza in the original Bengali, Ami Bikiri, I'm a beggar. Yogananda refused to translate that. He said, don't be a beggar before God. Say that you have a right to everything in the universe. You are His child. And I have found that when I pray to God that way, I don't say, please give me a melody. I say, give me a melody. And I don't put it challengingly. I'm respectful, naturally. But I do say I have a right to this knowledge. And it's amazing how when you demand in that way with, that's what Jesus said, pray believing. When you pray believing, when you pray with complete faith that it will come to you, it's yours by right, it's there already, you'll be amazed to see how many things come to you. I've written 400 pieces of music. I haven't written any music. It has been given to me. But it was given to me not because I said, Lord, here I am, give me what you want. I said, I want to say something in music that expresses this thought or that thought, and give it to me. Or sometimes people ask me questions or whatever it might be, and I say, well, the answer is there, and it's got to come to me, and let me have it. And like that, many times in a talk, I'll say, now here's a very important point. And I won't even know what that important point is. It's never let me down. Always I find that suddenly there it is. The understanding is there. You don't have to pray blankly for months. You can get it this moment if you put out that kind of energy, if you put it into the superconscious and just say, God, I'm your child, give it to me. And I have seen that impossible things do happen. It took quite a few miracles to make Ananda happen. I didn't have any money. How was I going to start a community? People told me I was a fool. But I was able to do it because I had that much faith. Somehow, when the need came, the answer was there. For every problem, the American Indians say that for every poisonous weed or plant, there is an antidote right in that same area. And this is the next thing that you need to learn to do if you want to be successful. Be solution conscious. Don't be problem conscious. When I find people in the community who are problem conscious, I keep them at a distance. Don't mix with failures. Mix with people who succeed in their efforts. I don't mean don't be friendly to everybody, but the failures can pull you down with their failure consciousness. There is such a thing as expecting success and expecting failure. And if you expect success, if you have solution consciousness, you'll be amazed to see how often the answers come to you, even out of the blue. Somebody can come and give it to you without your even knowing that he knows anything. Those answers are in the ether. You are living in a great sea of wisdom, and the only reason you don't touch that is because your mind isn't on that. When you're solution conscious, you put out the kind of magnetism that attracts the kind of success you want. And there is some sort of a higher force working in our lives to the extent that we allow it to. You know, when I found Autobiography of a Yogi, I was looking very hard for God. I didn't know what God was. I didn't know how to find him, but I knew I needed something. And I had read a little bit because my mother had a book in her library, a Short World Bible. And in that it gave different excerpts from different religions. And I was very impressed with the Indian one because it spoke of truth as being
Sahana vavatu, sahana bunaktu, sahaviryam karavavahai, tejasvinavati tamastu, mavid vishavahai, shanti, shanti, shanti. You're back.
and of spirit as being infinite, not just confined to one person. And it said more than that, if you want to know truth, you must experience it. It's not enough to believe it. And with this thought, I decided I wanted to experience truth. And it said that you should go to a solitary place and meditate on me. I didn't know what meditation was, but I was jolly well going to try. Well, thank God I was spared that problem. God does take an interest in our lives if we ask him to, if we allow him to. My father at that time was sent to Egypt with his company. He was an oil geologist for Esso, and he was sent to explore for oil in Egypt. And my mother, I was packing her up to put her on the ship. The very day I put her on the ship to go join my dad, I went uptown New York and went into a bookstore and found Autobiography of a Yogi. If she had been there, if my dad had been there, it would have been difficult to make that break, because I didn't really know what I was doing, except that I did know. But it would have been so shocking, and they were completely shocked. I know that just not long before to make that break, if she had been there, and found Autobiography of a Yogi. If she had been there, if my dad had been there, it would have been difficult to make that break, because I didn't really know what I was doing, except that I did know. But it would have been so shocking, and they were completely shocked. I know that just not long before this all happened, an aunt of mine was visiting us in Scarsdale or White Plains. And she said, I think Don will end up in a seminary. And my mother said, oh, not Don. As if anybody, but not he. Because I was not interested in church the way she believed in it. But when that obstacles were removed of my parental consent or dissent, I found that book, and it was such an absolute mind blower for me. I took the next bus across the country. And that's another thing that I think is necessary for success. When you find something that you want, go for it now. Don't say, well, someday. I've seen a lot of Indians saying, well, when I'm old and tired and have nothing better to do, is probably what they imply, although they don't say it, then I'll seek God. Seek him now. Somebody said to me yesterday, well, how can I meditate? I don't have time. I said, look, you probably spend about 5 minutes a day brushing your teeth. What about spiritual hygiene? Why not just put aside a little bit of time to meditate? You don't have to make a big thing of it. The thought that someday when I'm old and retired and...
One sec.
again, have nothing better to do, I'll go to the Himalayas, and it never will happen. By that time, you'll be so bound by habits that you won't think of it. You'll think of your grandchildren, then your great-grandchildren, and then if you can hang around long enough, your great-great-grandchildren. It won't happen. When you see something that you want, then go for it now. Don't waste time. The world will always find ways of clutching you and holding you down. It has a million ways of involving you, and if you want to think about it realistically, I don't know if you believe in reincarnation. I absolutely do. But let's just assume that it's a truth, even if you don't believe in it. Think how long it would take. And you know, when I see a group of people, I see people on many different levels of evolution. These are not genes. These are the experiences that you've had in the past that have made you predisposed to one thing or another. For example, I never have been attracted to gambling. No doubt in some past life, I tried it and I suffered from it, because now I simply am not interested. The irony of it being that the first money I earned in my life, I earned through gambling. My parents, when I was 6 or 8 months old, invested in a lottery ticket for me, and I won $500. Apart from that shame, I have to say there's something about it. I don't know how many of you know how to play bridge, but I was with my parents many years ago when they were living, and they wanted to play bridge with some friends for a penny a point. And I thought, well, I want to be a good son, and therefore I don't want to spoil their pleasure, but I don't want to gamble. I don't want to win. I don't want to lose. I want, so please, God, I said, I called God my Divine Mother. I said, please, Divine Mother, help me out of this predicament. You know, my score at the end of the evening was just what I wanted, 0. Impossible. The odds against that are, I would think, probably astronomical. But I didn't want to win, I didn't want to lose. So she helps you out. You'll find that God really does listen to you if you give him a chance. Just say, well, God, I live in an experimental age. We test everything to find out if it works. Why not try prayer and see if that works too? But pray in the right spirit. Pray as if he were your confidant. Pray as if he were your friend. Pray to him and say, if you give him a chance, just say, well, God listen to you to lose. So she helps you out. You'll find that God really does listen to you if you give him a chance. Just say, well, God, I live in an experimental age. We test everything to find out if it works. Why not try prayer and see if that works too? But pray in the right spirit. Pray as if he were your confidant. Pray as if he were your friend. Pray to him and say, I just want to do what is right. You tell me what is right. You will find in amazing ways that you will be helped. I remember, just to give you another little example out of many that I could tell you, I was inspired in 1972 to go to India. I felt that Divine Mother wanted me to go to India after many years that I hadn't been there. And I had enough money saved up from classes that I'd given and money that people had given me. And so I was all set to go. But 2 weeks before I was to leave, I was in San Francisco and my car threw a rod. And I realized that it was time to get rid of that old clunker. And the issue before me, I realized that I was in San Francisco and my car threw a rod. And I realized that it was time to get rid of that old clunker. And the issue before me that I faced was, shall I buy a new car with the money that I have and then not go to India? Or shall I go to India and come back and not have a car when I live up in there in the mountains where a car is actually a necessity? And so, where a car is actually a necessity. When I live up India, or shall I buy a new car with the money that I have and then not go to India? Or shall I go to India and come back and not have a car when I live up in there in the mountains where a car is actually a necessity? And so I didn't get any answer from God. So I put it to him very frankly, and just like this. I said, Divine Mother, my common sense tells me I need a car. If you do want me to go to India, you're going to have to reimburse me. It's not a question of going on your knees and God, please. No, just if you really do want me to go, reimburse me. So I bought a car. It was a used car, but I spent $1,100 on it, and with the money I got from my other car, my clunker, I was able to get a decent used car. This was Friday night. The next Monday morning, I got a check in the mail from somebody I did not know. And it was addressed, it had a check in it for addressed to me personally. It said, please use this as Divine Mother wants you to. How many people in this country think of God as Divine Mother? And it was a check for $1,000. So I got to go to India. But I've seen this happen so many times. There was one time on that same trip in India, I wanted to go to Calcutta. I did go to Calcutta, but there was a friend of mine who had been a professor and student at UC Davis. And I was sorry going to Calcutta. He lived in Bhubaneswar, in south of Calcutta, about 300 miles, 200 miles. And I was sorry going to Calcutta that I didn't know his address, because I would have liked to see him again. Just a simple thing. But I had placed the whole trip in God's hands, and I said, you decide, God. But I would like to see him if it's possible. I arrived in Calcutta, and the people who were supposed to meet me at the airport were late because of traffic. And so there was nobody to meet me. Well, what do you do when you go to an airport and there's nobody there to meet you? You rush to the nearest phone, you get all excited. But I had placed this whole trip in Divine Mother's hands, and I said, Divine Mother, what do you have in mind? At that moment, somebody stopped in front of me and said, what is your name? And I told him. He said, oh, I thought it must be you. A friend of mine, a Dr. Mishra, showed me your photograph, and I've been longing to meet you. And I said, this Dr. Mishra was the man I wanted to see. I said, well, I want to see him. And can you give me his address? He said, no need. I've come to Calcutta just to see him. I'll take you there. And these friends of mine, if they had come, I wouldn't have had that chance. If I'd rushed to the telephone, he wouldn't have stopped to see me. If you place things in God's hands, it's absolutely amazing how things do work. How come you are conscious? It's not your brain that made you conscious. Consciousness is a fact of the universe, and the brain is able to express some of that consciousness. It doesn't create it. Some people think that someday machines will become sophisticated enough to be able to be conscious. Well, think of an earthworm. Nothing could be simpler than an earthworm, but it's obviously conscious. It doesn't have a complicated electronic mechanism, but if you press it with a pin, it will squirm away. It's not only conscious, it's self-conscious. Self-consciousness. You can never analyze consciousness. Descartes made a mistake in identifying it with thinking, because you are conscious and therefore you can think. It isn't that you can think and therefore you are. Quite wrong. You are conscious. Everything is conscious. The merest rocks are conscious, because God could not create the universe except out of his own consciousness. He wasn't like a carpenter who can go out and buy wood and a hammer and nails. There was nothing. The earth was without form and void, as the Bible tells us. And out of that infinite consciousness, he manifested this whole universe. He manifested it first in idea, then in energy, then in matter. But in this day and age, we've come to a marvelous point in our history, because it's possible. Science has proved that everything is really only a vibration of energy, that reality is not solid. It is energy in those little vibrating atoms. And your own body, which seems so solid, is not. If you were to take the space out from between the particles in your body would be reduced to the size of a speck of dust if you could see it at all. It would be just as heavy, but it would not have any massive dimension. And even that little speck of dust would really be energy. We're living in an absolutely fantastic time now because science has shown us a universe so different from what people used to think. People still think of God as something like that old man on the ceiling at the Sistine Chapel creating Adam. It's an interesting picture, by the way, because if you look at it closely, you will see that Adam's ankle, Adam's calf and shin bone looks just like a woman with her breasts here. Look at it sometime. You'll find it quite interesting to see how he was able to give that form so that Adam was brought out, not of his rib in this case, but at least out of Adam. Of course, I often suspect that thing of not being true, because why do men have breasts? Seems like the breast would be pointless if it weren't for women having breasts. Therefore, one thinks maybe women were the first ones. I don't know. The point is, the point is that this world is very different from what it seemed to be. No old man with a long beard could have created this universe. It was his consciousness, and this is a very important point to remember when you think in terms of success. How did that infinite, how was it able to create or manifest the vibrations that brought this universe into manifestation? By duality. The ocean, which was calm, when the wind went over the waters, as it's described in Genesis, the waves began to appear. And that is the nature of this universe. It's based on vibration. Where there is vibration of an up movement, there will have to be a compensating depression. And so the more you get into outward expression, the more you will have to deal with the duality of it. When you see people on television advertising some product and getting all excited and jumping up and down, the very act of jumping up and down means you've got to come down to earth again. You cannot get excited and think of success in terms of wow, because you're going to have to suffer a depression. And this is the nature of the world, and it's something else that's very important to know if you're looking for success, that every failure, every success will be balanced by a failure. Every victory will be balanced by a defeat. Every joy will be balanced by a suffering, as long as it's outward. Everything outward has its opposite. And if you look back over your lives, you've lived long enough to see these things to be true. That you have your good days and your bad days. And those people who live only for outward excitement and thrills and success, they know a lot of failure. You must learn to become even-minded and take everything that comes and not be affected by it. The more you can the more you can remain even-minded and cheerful all the time, the more you'll find that you can level out those things and achieve the kind of success that is worthwhile. You know, when William the Conqueror landed on the soil of England, the first thing he did was fall in the sand, and there was this gasp of horror that went over the whole army, thinking, oh, what a bad omen. Here we've come to a country to conquer it, and the first thing our leader does is fall down flat on his hands and knees. William was a man of extraordinary courage. He said, I am so determined to grasp this country that I have taken it in both my hands. And everybody cheered. Country went over the whole army thing. And there was this did was fall in the sand. And the first thing he did was fall. The Conqueror landed on the soil of England. The first thing he did was fall in the sand. And there was this guy.
Hey guys, I gotta get ready for the game dev meeting. I was thinking about just keeping the live stream on for a bit, and if I'm kind of uncomfortable with it, I'll just end stream and then come back after, take a little break, and watch N64 Quest on YouTube and eat some food and I ran like 7 miles yesterday because like it's been winter and blah 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 and health stuff. So I was like feeling good enough. But yeah, it's all good. I hope everyone's doing well. Happy big Saturday. Yeah. And like yeah, I'll be this weekend. I'm planning on grinding Warcraft, but take care of mental health the best we can and doing laundry. Just finish dishes. You know, all that good stuff. I might do a 16-star speed run later. No, well, may or may not do food challenge with it, but just practicing the speed run, you know. Because not every day needs to be a gimmick, you know. Sometimes I do that just for content and for funsies. Let me figure out real quick what I'm gonna do for the game dev meeting. Let me put the headphones back on actually. Let me. I also kind of wanted to turn off. How do I turn off that I'm streaming? Let me figure that out too. I always forget. Or, I mean, I don't really do it. I haven't had to do it in a while. So what is it? Activity. Streamer mode. Automatically enable streamer mode if OBS. Let me just look it up, save myself time. Discord, how to turn off showing I'm streaming. You're saying activity, privacy, share activity status. So, I could just leave it on for now, but okay, but I do know how to do it now. So let's see. Share my activity. Okay. Let me see. Here, I'll mute my mic at first. Also, yeah, I gotta fix. It's always fun figuring these things out. Let me go to video and voice. This. Wait, what? Microphone. Oh yeah, we're not using that microphone. Yeah, here we go. Check. Check. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Why am I getting no sound at all? Normally, doesn't that make sound? Because it you know, normally. That's weird. Normally, I don't know. I don't feel like figuring it out right now. But normally it would go like doo-doom, doo-doom. You know, when you go in and out of a Discord channel. Let me see if there's like any other Discords going on right now. Let me just like peep in and just like. Yeah, my sound's not working. No, it is.
Much positive energy.
Alright. For some reason, it's just turned off, but I'll just, I'll worry about it later.
Gasp of horror that went over the whole army thinking, oh, what a bad omen. Here we've come to a country to conquer it, and the first thing our leader does is fall down flat on his hands and knees. William was a man of extraordinary courage. He said, I am so determined to grasp this country that I have taken it in both my hands. And everybody cheered. Everything that comes to you, if you take it with that attitude, you can find that the worst failure can bring you success. I've had many failures in my life. I'm grateful for them because they've helped me to rise above those things and find the success I want. You can make your success. You don't have to wait for anybody to hand it to you. Understand that it depends on your power inside. Now, how do you get inside? The more you can live in your spine, the more you can feel centered in your spine, the less anything will affect you. This is where Kriya Yoga becomes a very important science. It's not a question of belief. It's not a question of mere devotion. It's a question of science, too. The more you are centered in yourself, the more you find, you know, I'm going to give you a little touch of this, a little understanding of this, that the cause of the physical breath is movement of energy in the spine. The energy going up the left side of the spine is called the Ida. The nerve center, nerve going down the spine is called the Pingala. Every time you inhale, it's because energy is going up in the Ida, and every time you exhale.
Let me, I gotta eat some more food too, just to be a little ready for the meeting. Let me, like, make some cereal. I gotta brush my teeth and stuff. Yeah, let me go do that, because I get sucked into just, like, clicking things. Let me, be right back. Hope everyone's well. Everyone take care of your mental health and physical health the best you can today and every day. Thanks, Chinchilla. Be right back.
Let me turn off blur. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
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 Good morning.
Red morning checking in.
There we can see everyone. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to there. Hey, you know what? Let's pull in another table here. Another two tables. Thanks. Two of these. I'll slide this one all the way over. Okay, I tracked myself.
Bring that around to the end. Make it one. Or not.
That's
I was thinking, make it symmetrical with this.
Yeah,
one,
yeah, yeah.
wider than that.
You're fine. Sneak in right here. But grab it. Yeah, I see it anywhere. Okay, yeah. Let me only problem is I don't have a keyboard here. All set for that. Hey, all right, good morning, everyone. We can get started. This is the Baltimore Indie Game Devs Meetup Group. It's great to see everyone. I hope everyone's still having a decent 2026. Yeah, most people who are returning members know, it's just a group of hobbyists to professional indie game developers. We get together the first Saturday every month online, third Saturday online or in person, like today. And we occasionally have presentations. We have a postmortem coming up for a presentation today. And the way we normally do these meetups is we go through a quick round of introductions first. Then we go over any upcoming calendar items. There's a lot that's going to be going on in March, so we'll go over those. And then we will, we will have Giancarlo do his postmortem presentation. And then after that, we will open up the floor for anyone who wants to show anything. I know some folks here are working on Bracky's Game Jam this week, so I'm looking forward to seeing that too. So let's get started with introductions with the folks who are in person first. Stevens.
Hi, I'm Stevens Miller. I teach game programming at the University of Maryland in College Park.
Brian, and I make games and programs in Unity.
I'm Mary. I make games as a hobby, and I thought we were going to be here in person, folks who I know online.
Plenty of chairs.
This is for the
So we won't put you on the spot right away. We're just going through a quick round of introductions. We'll come back to you. My name's Tony. I'm one of the organizers of the little studio called Pixel Crashers.
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel.
Mine as well. I'm also a hobbyist, mostly working in GitHub.
I'm Erica. I'm a hobbyist working in Unity.
And Mike.
Okay. I'm a hobbyist working in Code's Creator. It's your way.
And you two,
Just generally interested, that's all.
Casey, I'm a grad student at UBC, studying some game design, and I work in Unity right now.
Okay, let's get started with the folks who are online, starting with Rick, please.
Hey, I'm Rick Williams. I am a local Unity developer, and I'm the chair for the Baltimore IGDA.
Yeah, fix the volume.
So I'm Ben. I
am a hobbyist game developer. I'm working with my brother, who sometimes comes to the meetings. I don't think he's here today. On a game called Too Many Cooks. That's a competitive multiplayer cooking game.
Is the audio coming out of?
It's coming out of your laptop,
Yeah.
but Discord has its own volume setting, doesn't it?
Hey, Colin, hold on a second. We're getting our volume set up properly here.
Sounds good. Let me know if you need me to test.
There we go. Okay.
All
go ahead,
right.
Colin.
Hopefully that's working.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm Colin. I am a hobby game dev based in Pittsburgh, but I'm also studying educational game design.
Oh, there we go. Hey everyone, good morning. I'm John Carlo. I'm a local software developer, and I guess you'll hear more about me in probably the next couple minutes.
Oh, I guess I'm next. I'm a friend of John Carlos. My name's Doc, and happy to be here.
Hey guys, my name's Ethan. I'm currently working on a first-person dungeon crawler with Colin, and it's all in Godot.
Hey, I'm Ham. I'm a hobbyist game developer who's been working on a game called Slime Project for the past few years.
Hey, my name's Nick. I'm also a friend of Giancarlo's and less of a game dev, but do kind of want to get into more of a QA testing. So if anyone has any testing they want, then let me know.
Hi, I'm Rodrigo. I don't know Giancarlo, and I'm an artist.
Hi, my name is Matt. I'm a local Baltimore area hobbyist game dev who also, knows Giancarlo. And Mary, I'm so sorry. We did not communicate that we weren't going to come in. I know. We deserve all your scorn.
I'm Steve. I'm a local software dev and occasional hobbyist game dev.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm a software developer.
Hey everyone, my name's Dave. I'm a YouTube partner streamer and indie game dev. I have a demo for my game coming out this spring and I'm making it in Unity.
Are we skipping Tony? Oh, I can't hear anything.
You're live.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Dylan. I'm a friend of Giancarlo's. I'm just a developer and not a game dev.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Great to see everyone in person and online. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the calendar. Bring that up right now. And I can't see the Discord screen, so if anyone's messaging anything, just holler so we can hear. All right, so coming up in March, the first Saturday of March is our online meetup. That weekend is the start of GDC in San Francisco. I think some of us might be going to GDC. If anyone has any messages that they want to relay to anyone over in San Francisco, let us know. And just pull up a chair. And also that week, the week of GDC, is the Unpub Festival at BWI Marriott. That is for tabletop and board games. It's free to attend as a player. So if you're looking to see unpublished games and just play test it, help people out, it's a great way to spend a day or a weekend. Also, that last weekend of the GDC week is AwesomeCon. I believe submissions, if you want to show your game there, are closed, but yeah, it's a great opportunity to play some games, show some games, and it's just a huge con.
And on that one, it's a little hard to find on the website, but they have a discounted membership for professionals. You have to apply, but it looks like it's a very broad definition. And instead of $120, it's only $30. So it's worth trying to find that.
Thank you, Stevens. There, okay, no, it's the next weekend. We have our in-person meetup. There is also MoComCon in Montgomery County, which Montgomery County is trying to do their own Comic-Con. It's a smaller affair, but they've been doing it for 10 years. Then in April, middle of April is Lidomdar. It's one of the big online game jams. We will probably organize something either online or hybrid online and in person for folks who want to spend that weekend making a game. And then do put Indie Game Fest on your calendar, June 6th. That is in the Enoch Pratt Library in downtown Baltimore. A lot of members and local devs will be showing games there, and it's a free to attend event. Does anyone else have anything? Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to mention. On March 2nd, so going back up here, one of our members, Andrea, is giving running a class. It's a paid class on Game Writing 101. So if you're interested in writing for video games, she has done writing on Civilization as well as indie games. She has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge to share if you want to get into writing.
How does one come that if they want to?
It's online. So I will put a link on the calendar here. So you just go to baltimoregames.com/events and you will find out about it.
I have a couple of announcements.
Okay.
So for the Baltimore IGDA, we are going to be hosting the multi-school capstone showcase where we invite, this year it's going to be 5 of the big universities with game design programs. We're inviting the seniors to show off their capstone projects. And we're going to be hosting that at the University of Baltimore in Baltimore City. So they've got a student center there. That's going to be April 27th. And then another one is I'm going to be running a boot camp starting in the first week of April. So I'm going to be teaching people how to clone Spyro from scratch and go over good practices for planning a project and building good software architecture in Unity. So if you're interested in that, send me a DM. I'm RJCKW here on Discord, and I can give you more information about the bootcamp.
Does anyone have OBS Studio installed or some other recording software who would feel comfortable recording the postmortem presentation? I just installed it here, but I haven't tested it.
I can record it for you.
Rick, you said you could record it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to pop out of OBS Studio here, which is causing some visual glitches. And yeah, we can, Giancarlo, we can get started with that postmortem.
Cool. Awesome. I'll turn on my camera, but I'm also going to share my screen. So, but at least you can see what I look like. Give me one moment. There we are. And there I am. Cool. It's a blur in the background. I guess I'll give people a quick second just to join the stream. Awesome. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Giancarlo. I guess I'll talk more about that literally in the next slide. But first off, I just wanted to kind of say thank you. This is like really cool that I'm doing this. And like, I've never done this before. You'll learn very soon that like, this is a very like new thing for me. But I'm thankful that like, you know, Tony reached out. I think this is a really cool community. I've been kind of a professional lurker here, and I really hope to change that. Just kind of just seeing all the cool events and things and meetups that you guys do. Like I hope to kind of make this a more regular thing and kind of come out of the shadows if possible. But cool, yeah. I guess I'll kind of go ahead and dive into to desktop golf, and we'll go from there. So I guess I'll just very briefly talk about myself, just to kind of explain like who I am. I said a little bit a moment ago, but like not really. So my name's Giancarlo. If you ever meet me online or chat with me online, you'll probably see the name Drac, because Drac is hard to get. You'll see Hello Drac a lot more for just like websites or whatever. I'm a full-time software developer. I've been doing that for about 10 years. Probably, I think it was like my COVID hobby. I kind of got into 3D modeling and just kind of discovered the world of Blender and really just like fell in love with that. Um, and around that time, I kind of tried getting into indie dev. I'm gonna try and be a little bit fast in this section because I know we're here to talk about the game and not me. But a few years into that, I then got into game dev with my friend Matt, who's actually in this chat right now. Um, it was around the time where the whole like Unity runtime fee thing was going on, and you started hearing a lot more about other engines. Um, and it was around that time that I was like, hey, like I've tried out Unity for a little bit. Personally, I didn't connect with it, and I'll talk about that in a different slide. But I then discovered Godot, and it was like really cool. I loved the community, and I've literally been using Godot arguably every single day since. So for me, it's just like an indie kind of hobby thing that I do on my free time. Um, and I've been doing that for about 2 years now. Um, in the span of those 2 years, I've obviously just been leveling up, trying to keep like skilling up as much as I can. Last year, I actually worked with some friends, hi Mary and Matt in the chat, to work on a more serious game together that we actually showed off at the Baltimore Indie Fest. It was kind of my first real time kind of interacting with this community, and it was very, very cool, a very cool event. But also around that time, I just kind of wanted to work on something a little bit smaller, something that I could just kind of do solo, just to kind of keep my creative juices flowing. Um, and November of that year, of last year, I started Cast and Card, which is just like a small little company. It's just me, where I make indie games. And which you'll learn literally in the next slide. A month later, I released my first game called Desktop Golf. So I guess we'll just kind of dive into that. So what is Desktop Golf? It's this little thing that you're seeing in the bottom corner of my screen. So it's meant to be a relaxing mini golf game that floats right on your desktop. I'll talk about the relaxing part in a second. But it's very much inspired by games like Rusty's Retirement. I don't know if anyone's heard of Rapuka's Idle Island. I've always been really intrigued by those games that kind of don't take up your full screen. I thought Rusty's was very cool, and that like it just kind of sits at the bottom and you can kind of do other things while these kind of idle games just keep running. Rapuka's kind of made me more interested in the idea of more like a floating island rather than something that just consumed a whole portion of your screen. So kind of with that, and then just with like, you know, just kind of, I don't know, random ideas that came to me. I thought it'd be really cool to kind of have a little bit of like a mini golf game that just kind of sits on your desktop. Whenever you wanted to do a putt, you could. It was very much designed to be low attention. I very quickly realized that when people wanted to play the game, they were there to play the game, which is cool. It was supposed to be relaxing. A lot of my friends and most people that have played it have mentioned how triggered they get when they play the game, but that's not necessarily them saying they dislike the game. They had a lot of fun. It's just, I get it. Like you try to get a hole in one and you didn't because the ball popped out. Meant to be relaxing, but it's been kind of funny when people message me like fun game, but like I am like angry. So sorry, but yeah, I mean, again, like the goal of it, because it's not a full screen game, it's that supposed to be something that you really just kind of glance at. You know, maybe you can be giving a presentation or a post-mortem about the game, and if you want to, you can go down here and do a little putt if needed. And because of that, I really wanted to make sure that the game was fully transparent. So obviously, oops, let's go, what did I click? Oh, so obviously, like, you know, there is like a transparent window here, and you can do that with almost any game. But I really wanted to make sure that, as you just saw a moment ago, even these little spaces in between kind of the course, these little holes in the course, that will allow you to react with whatever's going on behind it. And I really wanted it to feel like it is a floating island and not just a little bit of like transparent trickery where like, oh no, you really just can't interact with this square at all while it's running. Like that kind of took away from the purpose of the game. So that was kind of like the goal of it. But yeah, it's just 100 levels of just essentially just playing mini golf. And I'll talk a little bit more like technical around the game. So like I'd mentioned a moment ago, Godot is like, I literally have a Godot plushie sitting right next to me right now. Is the engine that I used. I use version 4.4 in the mono version. I went with mono because of all of just the transparency kind of like window hacking that I had to do to make sure the game worked. I had to use that version of Godot. If anyone cares, I use the compatibility renderer. It's cool that I can be a little bit technical in this call. I was telling that to someone the other day. But anyway, in terms of level generation, like actually making the levels, I use a tool called Asset Forge, which some of you may already be familiar with. It's developed by an amazing human named Kenny. And I actually can quickly show you that very quickly because I have it open. So as you can kind of see here, I use Asset Forge to kind of build the levels. The assets themselves actually also came from Kenny. There are some things I discovered while developing the game that I'll talk about in a moment that required me to bring in all the assets and clean them up in Blender a little bit before I built them. But I once they were all kind of all set and made, I then literally, as you can kind of see on the side, I had a little mini golf thing, and I just crafted the levels. Well, I started crafting the levels. But yeah, as you're gonna see, if you're not familiar with Asset Forge, literally just kind of dragging and dropping some things and just kind of being creative and making kind of whatever level I wanted to kind of make. So literally the level that you're seeing right here on your screen with the game running, I just wanted to kind of show you like this is how it looks inside of Asset Forge, which is super cool. I guess I'll go ahead and dive into this. So like for me, the game was meant to have a really short life cycle. I really wanted the game to be completed by the end of the year, and I really wanted the game to kind of be small. And one of the big things I'll mention in maybe a slide or two is I really wanted to release the game for in time for the Steam Sports Fest. So with that, as I was making these levels, I realized I think about 15 of them I had handcrafted, and not only was it just like a little bit harder for me to craft, like be really creative and kind of make some like fun levels. This idea actually was taken from Kenny. This was not my creation, but like I also realized that like I was just running out of time. So after about 15 levels, I was like, dude, there's no way you're gonna get this game out in time. At least given like the timeline that you're trying to kind of follow. And I was like, man, I wonder if there's a way that I can like speed things up or maybe just release less levels. And then I realized, wait, Asset Forge allows you to feed in scripts and build things procedurally. So kind of going back to the presentation, after about 15 handcrafted levels, I was like, all right, this is fun, this is cool, I'm very much a part of these. I decided to go procedural, which is really cool because I was able to press a button and have the remaining levels, 85 levels generated probably within like 2 minutes. So that was really really cool to kind of experience and play around with because I'm not a big procedurally generated, I'm not good at proc gen, but it was a really fun thing to learn. And for me, being a new indie dev and like still skilling up every single day, like it's honestly what it's all about. I love learning, and it's been really cool to like level up in any kind of aspect of game dev that I can. Once the levels were finished, I brought them into Blender, just to do a little bit of cleanup. I mentioned a moment ago some of the cleanup I had to do. I ran into something that I learned about in this game called ghost collisions, where a lot of times, because of just how Asset Forge is exporting these levels, the topology was just weird enough where if I would hit the ball, it would literally just like fly off the map randomly, and I had no idea what was going on. And I found out that it was literally colliding with like the wall underneath the level. So once the levels were done, I brought them into Blender. I had a really quick workflow where each level maybe took me like 2 minutes to clean up, if that. Just to kind of clean up the topology a little bit. So when I brought it into Godot, I wouldn't have to worry about any potential ghost collisions. I did change physics engines inside of Godot, which supposedly fix those ghost collisions. I tinkered around with a lot of the settings. Unfortunately, I just wasn't able to get it working, which is fine. Again, I could spend more time tinkering with it, but this just goes back to me really wanting to keep the game small and release it like on time. While also working on a larger game with some friends, while also being a full-time developer, while also, being a father of 2 kids. So time was a really important thing, and I was like, I think I'll just clean this up in Blender and like not give myself a headache that might take me a few weeks. So start to finish, the whole game took me about 6 months, and yeah, I released it December 1st of last year, which was really cool because I was able to make it right in time for the Steam Sports Fest. So that was really awesome. I know like with these postmortems, obviously now I talk about like, looking back, things that I've learned, things that I would do differently. So let's, I guess, kind of dive into that a little bit. A lot of the things I kind of had mentioned earlier in this chat, I'm going to kind of repeat, but yeah, I'll just kind of dive into it like a little bit more. I mean, first and foremost, procedural levels were like the biggest thing. I mean, it saved me so much time because, you know, crafting the levels once I had them in my head didn't take that long and it was very fun. So that also allowed, like, you know, I was able to zip through them. But once I started running out of creative ideas, there were some levels I made that were just so gnarly. And I was like, no one's gonna want to play this. And like, I could tell that like I think I was just kind of running out of that, my creative juices weren't flowing in that kind of way anymore. Going procedural really saved me on time. Because again, I really wanted to make it in time for the Steam Sports Fest. That was a really huge thing for me. I guess another thing that I'll mention in this section as a little bit of a background is with my background in game dev in the past 2 years, I really wanted to, I've tried making a lot of different games. I tried making my dream game. Of course, that was my first one. I've tried making games that were like, you know, really, just like I knew were going to take me multiple years to develop. And for me, not only did I want to have this game released in time and follow a really strict schedule, but Desktop Golf was very much a way, and it's kind of me leading into the second bullet point, was very much a way of me proving to myself that like I can do this. You know, like I love making games. I've really been enjoying it. But I really want to see if like this is something that I could do potentially professionally. So, you know, when I look at my backlog of games that I was about 20% of the way in and then a new idea came up or I just gave up on that game, you know, it kind of made me realize like, is this something I can do this hobby all day and I would love that. But is this really something that I can potentially do professionally? So being able to cross the finish line and make it by December 1st, make it in Steam Sports Fest, that was the main objective for Desktop Golf. I wasn't really going for sales with at least the first game. I really was just trying to prove to myself like, no, you can see a product end to end. So making sure the levels are procedural to get it released on time was huge. Keeping the game small. I mean, most of you have probably heard about howtomarketagame.com. There's a guy, Chris Sikowski. He talks a lot about keeping games very small. And like, for me, all of my games were these grand RPGs that are going to be voiced and written like amazing. And I hope to make those one day. But for me, with this game, again, with all the other things I was kind of juggling, my objective was like, keep it small. Originally, Desktop Golf was supposed to be kind of a live multiplayer, like everyone's playing together, you're seeing everyone's balls go at the same time. There was going to be a lot more features added, whether it's changing the skins or unlocking different skins. And those are very much things that I can do down the road if I want to. But for me, it just went against the, like, you know, the main objective of keep this game small, make the 100 levels and release this thing because, you know, it felt very scope creepy. And again, like I said, I can always go back and improve on this later. Another thing that went well was using an engine that worked for me. So I had mentioned before that like I tried using Unity in the past. This is not me knocking on Unity at all, by the way. But for me personally, it just didn't connect with me. I wasn't really vibing with the engine that much. And whenever I would go and like do tutorials or whatever, like I would just kind of fall out of it. But that's just me and my own experience. And with Godot, I mean, anyone that has talked to me about Godot, I always say that, at least for me, I feel like I'm playing a video game when making video games in Godot. And for me, like that mixed with just the community and kind of the fire around it, especially at that time, I love it. I love the process of developing. And, you know, I was very much that kind of person that would watch YouTube videos that were 30 minutes long, comparing every engine, like which is the right one for you. And whenever they would say, oh, like, whatever works for you in your project, I'd be like, no, I need an answer. And I'd go to the next video. But they're right, you know, like, you know, and that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not knocking Unity. I think at the end of the day, I was able to pick an engine that worked for me and for the game that I wanted to make. So I think that also is what really contributed to me being able to kind of cross this finish line because I adore Godot. I guess this isn't too much about like the game per se, but like I do want to mention this. Like I made a game that was fun, and I thought that was like kind of cool. I will kind of pat my own back for a second. It's really cool to see like the people that have like played it to support me, but also said like, no, like I actually really am enjoying this. So I think, you know, I guess in terms of things that went well is that like I guess I made a fun game, which is like really neat to see, and like to see like people are still playing the game, and like a friend will launch the game and I message them like, what are you doing? You trying to get my attention? They're like, no, I'm playing desktop. Like I actually want to play the game right now. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. So that's it's just been really cool to see that like people have like enjoyed it. So I guess just that positive feedback has been like really cool to see. And this last one's an interesting one, but like honestly, I had to make a comment about it because it is arguably one of the biggest reasons why I was able to like complete this game. Last year I kind of got into just the idea of like body doubling, which is a technique that's typically used for people with ADHD that kind of like allow you to be productive by working alongside other people, whether it's physically, whether it's virtually. And I discovered a Twitch category called co-working and studying, where you literally do that, where you just will watch a streamer or you'll be with a community and you all kind of work on your projects, whatever they are, together. And for me, I think that is one of the biggest changes. I mean, along with a lot of these other bullet points that allowed me to be successful in completing this game. Just having that accountability and just also just being in a group of like just like a productive study group was like really cool. So I highly encourage people that like I wanted to just mention like community as the bullet point, that like I really do want to encourage people, like, if it is something that you do struggle with, like, give it a shot. It's really cool, and for me, like, it really changed like how I'm able to focus and get things done. And it's also just fun to be able to like work alongside other people and like cheer cheer each other on, which is really neat. So and yeah, so if you do struggle with like looking for a community, obviously we're in a community right now, which is super cool. But there are so many co-work streams and co-work communities out there that would like love to have you a part of them, especially if you're like kind of struggling to stay focused. So yeah. Now going into what didn't go well. Honestly, like I know I put marketing 3 times, but it's the truth. So I did kind of give you that background a moment ago about desktop golf and how like this really wasn't something that was designed to be lucrative, to make a lot of sales. I am thankful that like because of the positive feedback, and because of like the little marketing that I did, and because of Steam Sports Fest, it did sell pretty well, which was cool. But with me looking back and also with like looking forward to the game I'm currently working on, even though that wasn't an objective of desktop golf, that doesn't mean that I should be like, oh well, like I'll learn about marketing later. Like I definitely want to understand and like like and take notes from like what could I have done differently, even if it technically wasn't the goal of it. So really that was probably like the biggest thing. Like I'll mention Chris Sikowski one more time, but the guy makes a living off of just kind of studying how to market video games. The game did have like pretty low wish lists, which I know is a really big thing. Desktop golf never made it into like Next Fest. I never did anything like that. I never talked about desktop golf until a month before it came out. I think I mentioned it in the server maybe a month before. I mentioned it in Kenny's server a month before. And there was even when the game was released, there was even someone in Kenny's community that had said like, hey, like I kind of wish you had talked about this like a little bit earlier. Like, I mean, this is cool that you like made this game and like you've used a bunch of Kenny's products, but like it would have been really neat. Like we literally had a little like community thing the other day where we were like showing off these kind of things. So I kind of explained to them the same deal, but again, it was a note that I took to, that I made note of. That going forward, like desktop golf was a way for me to kind of cross the finish line, but I've been able to prove that to myself, which has been really cool. But now going forward, it's like, okay, it's time to really put in that work and learn that side of it in terms of ways of like reaching out to streamers or just, doing whatever I need to do to help with that visibility and marketing. So in terms of things that didn't go well, I'm not able to quit my job with desktop golf, but that's okay, at least for this first game. Because I'm having fun and that's all that really mattered for that project. But going forward, I would say that's definitely like the biggest lesson that I've learned here. That I'm thankful that I was able to release in time for Steam Sports Fest. People sent me pictures that they saw my game on the front page because people enjoyed it, and I guess that little activity with obviously support of friends, which I adore, helped kind of give it that visibility. That helped with that initial push, but obviously getting wish lists. I mean, a lot of you guys probably already know the story, like, or the whole game. Like wish lists really matter, and skipping Next Fest and all things like that obviously are things that like I won't do going forward for another game, for my next game. But yeah, I mean, so that's pretty much everything. I mean, I guess I'll just go to the last one, which is just me saying thank you. Yeah, I guess if you guys have any questions or concerns, I'd love to hear them.
I am deeply concerned about how awesome of a presentation that was. You're thanking us, but thank you, man. That like hearing your thoughts, and I am privileged in that I know you, you are my friend, and I've had something of a view into the process of the development of this game, but I didn't have the whole picture. So thank you for putting this together, and thank you for showing us.
Thanks, Matt. It's nice.
So I have a question. When you started to think about the scope of how you was going to market or how you was going to expand it, was that a thought process? Like, am I going to, like, when you first started, well, this is because it seemed like you just wanted it to be small, and then you figured, okay, since it got bigger, I should have marketed this better, not realizing how big it was going to be. I mean, so was that like a bad foresight? Like, okay, I'm gonna just keep it to this small and market it for this small.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I guess I didn't mention this, but when I made the game, I mean, because like I said, I really was just trying. It was like more of like a mental, like, can you do this, kind of thing. Um, in my mind, and I truly mean this, like, after like my mother-in-law buys the game 5 times for her friends, like I was like, if I can make like 20 sales from this game, like, whoa, that would be the biggest thing ever. So it was cool when like the game, like the first time it passed like 100 sales, like even that was like, it blew my mind. And the time I would get like a review of someone that like wasn't my friend. So no, for sure. I mean, like, it's hard looking back on that because like I don't see it as regret because like I'm looking at how I felt in the moment when I made that decision and finding comfort and confidence in that rather than basing my thoughts and opinions on the effects that kind of came from it. So yeah, I could look at that, and I'll be honest, I'm not a perfect person. There are many times where I've looked back, I'm like, man, like I could have marketed this game a little bit harder. You know, like why didn't I do the multiplayer thing I was talking about? But again, I just try to bring myself back and be like, dude, like think about the purpose of this game, what you were doing when you originally had made it, not when you found out that like you kind of made something that was a little bit fun. And like maybe if I would have like been a lot more serious with marketing or whatever, or talked about the game and gone the next fest, like, man, what could it have been? I'm not gonna lie to you and say that isn't a thought that I had, for sure. But for me, like it was just a big driving force on like my next game and my future products or my future projects. Like I just want to, like, if I do this again for my next game, it's like, okay, like here's now another thing I need to kind of like another hurdle I want to get over. It's like, hey, again, like there's nothing wrong with just being a hobbyist, but like I really want to see if I can do this indie thing. So I understand that marketing is really important. So I hope that kind of answers the question.
You mentioned that you use procedural generation for most of the levels. From a game design perspective, did you have to go in and kind of modify the layout of those procedurally generated levels?
For sure. So for me, it was all like obstacles and stuff. So a lot of times I would go in and yeah, I can quickly just like, I mean, it's probably take 2 seconds. I would quickly go in and let me find you. You're right here on my desktop. And my scripts. And so if I just clicked it right now, like here's an example like level that was just procedurally generated. Like I made sure that no, like, I mean, because again, very new into procedure generation. And as much as I wanted to like spend a quarter, leveling up my skills, it just was something I didn't have the time to do right now. So for me, like, it would make a level like this, just kind of given like the very basic knowledge that I learned about it. And then I would go in and like add more obstacles, whether it was like a fan, whether I would maybe remove something if I felt like something was a little bit too repetitive, maybe put in like a hole in the ground, the windmills, things like that. And that allowed for like, because like 100 levels, like, I mean, let me run it one more time, watch it look the same. But like 100 levels, like, eventually, like, you're seeing a lot of zigzags and stuff, and I wanted it to be more than just a bunch of zigzags. So at least, because that was how I at least designed the generator. So yeah, after I did generate them, I did go, once it was in the engine, and added a lot of like the fans and the windmills and things like that. And I wanted to do a little bit more, like adding like a bounce pad and like more kind of like wacky obstacles. But again, for me, I was like, nope, this is more than just moving something over that I've animated and put some colliders on. Like, maybe for a future update. But yeah, I did go into Godot and have to and wanted to give them a little bit more character.
Also about the procedural stuff, you covered most of it, but I was wondering, can you see a difference? Do you notice the difference between, you said you made about what, 30 handmade levels and the procedural ones? Could you tell the difference between those two sets of levels, or no?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, like, if you play the game, you will very much be like, yeah, this is not a procedural one. Like I said a moment ago, when I said the word zigzag, like, I mean, again, I'm new at this, and I'm excited to keep kind of like skilling up in that world. But it's hard. Procedural generation is tough. And yeah, so for me, like, a lot of these, like, I mean, literally this level you're kind of looking at right now, like, a lot of these were procedural, and there are just, I mean, I can't think of a number off the top of my head, but like there are some that like are very much like I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say 44. Yeah, 44. So this is one I like made by myself. Like, even like you're never really gonna see any that dip down, and like, you know, this was just kind of a fun one with like an open back. Like, that was one that I kind of thought to myself, it's purple because my one friend helped me QA the game and they love the color purple. So it's the one purple level as a way of me saying thank you so much for just kind of like playing around with the game and doing some QA stuff. Like, I really appreciate it. But so yeah, no, I mean, like, especially at this point in like my procedural generation, like, you know, journey, I laugh at your question because, like, absolutely, you can tell which one I've made and which one was procedural, because like the ones I made, I feel have a little bit more character, whereas like the procedural ones work, they do the job. People mention having fun with it, like, you know, enjoying those levels, but I feel like personally there's a little bit more character too. Like, I think it was 15 that I handcrafted myself.
Yeah, I mean, I was halfway asking that because I had a game that I made before that it was basically a logic puzzle game that I'd made some levels, and then I just kind of procedurally generated the rest of them. And you could certainly tell the difference, because even if it's subconscious, I guess the design motivation to earn can be a little bit different between the two, and playing them can feel different, because the ones I made, when you solved it, there was almost like a eureka moment, and the procedurally generated ones, you could get through them, but it was kind of like you figure out how to do this hard puzzle, but it wasn't like that, personal, like, oh, I figured this thing out. It's kind of like I just pushed leave it.
No, I mean, that's a great point, and I fully agree with you. I mean, like, like I mentioned a moment ago, like with your procedural levels, yeah, you're able to get through them, but I think having that human kind of element, like, allows you for your handcrafted levels to, I mean, like, or again, there are some programming wizards out there that are like, hold my beer, like, what are you talking about? But for me, like, I look forward to the day where I can make a procedural level that feels human, that feels very much like, and it's not just like it looks good, but like, I don't know how to describe it right now, but there's like a certain way to just know that this was made by a human. There's that like even like the open back here. Like, again, some person can be like, dude, you can just code an open back here where the ball falls off. But like, for me, that feels like a very human kind of like design decision that I made, rather than and again, please, to the procedural people in the chat that are like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I understand, like, eventually, this is something that you can do, but I feel like that was something that, like, you got to see a little bit of me in that level. So I know I hear you completely, and I totally get that.
Okay. It never really occurred to me that the levels were procedurally generated. I mean, maybe it's just the nature of mini golf. We have a couple of questions in chat. Michael is asking, have you considered reaching out to golfing magazines to see if they would write an article?
I have not. I mean, honestly, that's a great no. I've honestly never been asked that question or thought about that. I've reached out to my golfing friends, but then quickly realized that they're like, cool, but like, I kind of want to go play golf, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. That's actually a really great question, and I'm kind of like locked up right now because I really never thought about that. That's a really great question, and no, I haven't thought about that, but for sure that is something that I should do, especially now that it is kind of a coincidence, but like I got into golf like the month after I released this game, so yeah, that might actually be kind of a neat thing to do. I see another question here. So can we see the game? Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I know it's been like so tiny, and it's like, dude, my eyes will bleed if I play this game. So yeah, I mean, like if I just even go to like the first level and just kind of show you like how it is. Ignore Asset Forge. It's just going to confuse people. But like you can kind of see that it just kind of sits here. If I zoom in enough, you kind of notice that there is a window here, because I realized that like it would just be a little bit too hard to like zoom in without it then consuming your whole screen. So there is a window, but again, it is very much transparent. Like the game only reads your mouse movement when your cursor is over top of the game. And if it is not, if it's going through a hole or whatever, it sends that action um to whatever's happening behind the game. So I mean, literally what I would just do, I mean, it's mini golf in a sense, and you probably played golf games like this before. I literally just hold my mouse, I move it up and down. You can move your mouse outside of the game if you want to, and then you just release whenever you're ready, and the ball will go in. Please go in. Please go in. Please go in. Thank you. And it's literally that for 100 holes, and obviously that was the first level. But as you can see, like, you know, I really wanted that the first few levels to kind of start off very basic. I'm loving these golf gifts that are showing up on my other monitor right now. But you know, just kind of introducing people to different kind of obstacles, like you can bounce it off the wall. You know, all the way until, I mean, I was clicking another random level, like 15. This was like, you know, just like very early, like me playing around with the fans, and I was like, you know what, this is a fun level that I'll leave in there. But this was just kind of showing people different obstacles. But as you can see, you can then hit the ball. You can then hit the ball. You know, that's actually really funny. That was one of the ghost collisions, and that's crazy that we just saw one of those. That shouldn't have happened. But anyway, I could hit the ball, and you know, just I don't know how much I want to. I don't feel like you know, you guys are like, dude, you're literally explaining to us how like a mini golf game works right now. But yeah, this is the game in action. It's really just, I had a bunch of different courses. I gave it a bunch of different obstacles, and you know, you just try to hit the ball in the hole. I know that is a bug report. That is gnarly to catch that right now. Sorry, it is kind of hard hearing people in the room. Could someone, whoever, I think I just saw like your mic turn green. Could someone say something again?
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, losing my voice. But yeah, the question is, you said PropGen was the main thing that went well and enabled you to finish the game on the timeline you wanted. How often did you do more than clean up a procedurally generated level for physics artifacts? For instance, use the generated level as the base design for a level, and then you alter it.
I mean, honestly, it was maybe probably the first like 5 levels, where I just kind of like started with like a basic one and just kept kind of expanding off of that. And I think that's why after about 15 levels, I was like, I gotta find another way to do this, because I'm slowing down. Each of the 15 that I made just looked so incredibly different. So yeah, I didn't really like recycle them too much. I mean, it's not a bad idea, to be honest. I'm not saying that's necessarily like something that I don't vibe with. I just think at the time, like when I was making them, it was just like, oh, I got this idea and I wanted to have this kind of design, and I have this idea and I want to have that kind of design. So I imagine I probably could have made it to a lot more levels if I did that. Yeah, that's a really great question.
You know,
So,
sorry, could you say it one more time? Am I the only one that can't really hear them?
No, I think
it's
that there's a
very
issue
difficult
with the
to hear
mic.
them.
Yeah, we're like having a really hard time hearing you guys.
I think it's just
I think Tony may just be a little far from the microphone. He's trying to suggest that you provide downloadable content.
For sure. Yeah, are we sorry? The question was like, could this be downloadable content? Is that what the question was?
Yeah, why not use additional, now that you're good at creating the levels and you want to tweak it and improve that aspect of it, go ahead and do it and offer it as DLC to the existing product.
For sure. Yeah, and that's something that, like, you know, when I mentioned like the multiplayer, and a lot of people were like, dude, where's your leaderboard? I want to know that I'm the best in the world. Like, I agree completely. You know, the really cool thing about these kind of games are just like, software in general is that like I guess there's also one thing that can be a little bit annoying depending on what you're making is that they never really end. You can just resurrect them whenever you want or just keep working on them. So no, for sure there have been a lot of like quality of life things that people have said like, hey, like I'd like to be able to like do this a little bit faster. The leaderboard. Maybe if I do want to add multiplayer, that is like another thing to consider. I mean, for me very much like I hate saying this because like I feel that I mean this is my own personal struggle of like doing this for the love of it versus like wanting to also kind of make a career out of this. Like I also do acknowledge that like desktop golf like again on the marketing side like wasn't really there, so I do have that internal struggle sometimes of like does it make sense to kind of start working on my next game that I'm excited about that like I've already kind of started marketing and talking about versus going back to something that like maybe didn't do that well and like I hate saying this but like what is that kind of return on investment that I would get out of adding that feature. So it's something that I've thought about, but at the same time, and this is just like the person that I am, like a lot of times I do just kind of say like I don't care, I just want to do what's like fun and like what brings me joy. So for sure like I've told a lot of friends like I made 100 levels because like that is the end of desktop golf, but like you never really know, like there have been times where I'm like maybe I should go in and make some changes. So no, that's a really great point. And like as much as like if you asked me a month ago I'd be like DLC's out of the window, I can't say that now. So yeah, that's a really great point.
I have a related question. I'm very interested in your 6-month timeline and how you, if you knew from the beginning that was going to be your timeline, if you stuck to it, what sacrifices did you make in order to stick to it, and what sort of best practices did you have in order to land exactly where you wanted to land? As someone who has projects that sort of meander for years.
But you're the one that has that problem.
I'm the one guy. I'm interested in any successes you've had in that area.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I made that one bullet point in the end of like what went well, and like I really do stand by that. Like for me, I acknowledge that like my brain isn't wired. I mean, in an ideal world, I start a project and I like get it done. I had messaged somebody a few years ago that's been making this like beautiful game and they've been working on it for like 10 years. And I asked them, I was like, how have you not jumped onto another project? Because in this past 4 months, my backlog has 80 different games that I've worked 10% of the way through, and then my new idea came up. And I'm like, this is more fun. So like, how can you just stick to that? And like, the person literally was just like, I'm just built different. Like, not in that kind of way, but like, and I was like, yeah, so like, rather than me trying to be like you, and they're like, my brain just can only have me work on one thing. And I'm like, okay, this is a great conversation. I learned so much. My brain does not work like your brain. So for me, like what really kept me on track was, I mean, like I had mentioned, was finding like a community of like coworkers and people that, yes, that GIF is exactly the person I spoke to. Was just talking to like, it was finding a community of people that like, they were like, hey, listen, like, I'm here to be productive. I'm here to get stuff done. And for before, I had joined a lot of game dev communities, and like this isn't knocking game dev communities at all, but like a lot of times, like if it's not run the right way, it very much turned into like just talking about video games or then just playing video games, and there's nothing wrong with that. Shout out Rocket League. But like I very much like was looking for a community that like, no, like our main objective here and like is to be productive, whether it's cleaning my house for the day, whether it's starting a new Twitch career or whatever, or whether it's my health, or whether it's building a video game. So for me, I that was like probably one of like the biggest things that kind of kept me on track. Because how at least these communities kind of work is like using like a Pomodoro technique. So like, when you are focused, you really are locked in, but then it also allows you to have breaks. And I've tried doing that in the past, but being able to do that with like other people, and as you kind of become a regular, like you all kind of know each other and what everyone's working on. I mean, it's literally the concept of body doubling. It really worked out for me. Also, I don't know if you can see, but there's some black bags on my eyes. Another way that I was able to cross that finish line was lack of sleep. So 2 a.m. I don't miss you anymore. That one of the first things I did was like, I will not be going to bed that late ever again. So yeah, I'll also be very just honest there. Like, because I'm a full-time developer, because I'm a father, because I'm a husband, and I'm a friend, I accepted the fact that like I was not okay with lessening that time. So unfortunately, I don't know if I should use the word unfortunately, but the decision I made was to sacrifice all my sleep. So I know that was a little bit of like this is not me telling people to pull all nighters. It's not good for your health. But that was at least one way because of this really strict schedule that I made. But mostly the body doubling allowed me to kind of like just stay motivated when like some new game comes out and like everyone's playing Expedition 33 and I'm like I gotta wait until I'm done this game because I'll fall off. It allowed me to be in a community where the one community where no one's playing Expedition 33. So yeah, and I really like Mischievous. That's my favorite Pokemon, Petunia. So yeah.
I have a quick question about body doubling, and then there's another question in chat. When you were doing that, did you commit ahead of time to show up, or did you just drop in? And for how long were the sessions?
Great question. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was mostly like in the evening. So like, once everyone's down and stuff, it'd be like probably like I'd say like 3 to 4 hours maybe. I would attend maybe like 3 Pomos sessions or maybe 4. Sorry, I'm trying to think about some of the other things you said about that. And yeah, it was. I did have like I knew the schedule of the. I mean, and there are good and bad co-work streamers out there, and there's obviously ones that vibe with everyone. That's why I'm not here being like join the one that I'm in, join the one that works for you. But for me, like the schedule of the person that was doing their co-working like just worked for me. But yeah, I very much like that was like one thing that like I had to decide for myself. Like I will be joining the stream. I will be doing this. And I think, that notification of like, hey, so and so has gone live is my way of just being like, no, like it's time to go lock in now. Like maybe I had a little bit of downtime. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But now it's time to focus. So yeah, I did really work hard to establish that. And like, a lot of people, some of the people that are in this chat today, like never really saw me in Discord when people would kind of have evening hangouts because as much as I wanted to, it would just be really distracting. And like, I'm not going to come in and say no one can talk about gaming. So it was just a commitment that I made. And I just told people like, I mean, a lot of friends that were like, hey, let's get dinner, let's get lunch sometime. I would always say like, can we talk about this in like early December? And they're like, yeah, let's talk then. Well, dinner and lunch, I believe obviously you can still make time for that. I guess I maybe should have said like people that wanted to do like late night gaming in the middle of the week, and it's like like this is my schedule. I really have to stick to this because my brain is fighting me. It really wants to play Final Fantasy 14. So yeah.
Does the game you talked about the levels. Does the game advance you to the next level on its own, or do you just have to every time you log on, click on to the next whatever level you didn't play before?
Great question. Yeah, no, it will start you at level 1 every time you join, but as you can see from my screen, it remembers like your score and stuff, so you can then go wherever you like left off. So I mean, I think this is going to show every level because I've completed them all with this save. But yeah, whenever you launch it, it returns you just kind of back to the beginning, and like it's really meant that when you launch the game, you just go into your level select and just decide where you want to go. So at least that's how I did it. But yeah, it at least is saving your progress. So in case you wanted to go back, try to get hole-in-ones everywhere, or get 1 stars everywhere, you absolutely could do that.
Show us your favorite level.
My favorite level, honestly, I think I already showed it to you guys. Like, it's probably 44, and like this, I really mean it. Like, though I did this by myself, there was like a lot of love that was kind of poured into me from friends and from like some of the people that are even here today. So like for me, I have more of a personal connection with this level, which is why it's pink. I have a personal collection. I think it's number 7. Level 7 has a pink flag. That's another shout out to another friend that did all of the capsule art in the trailer, and like they were just like, no, like I just want to support you. And I was like, this is crazy that you're doing this. So for me, it's probably levels 44 and level 7, not because of the design, but really because of just the, it makes me just think about like, the support that I had. And both of those people actually were ones I met through those co-working communities. And but yeah, I mean, like, so for me, I know you're probably waiting for me to show you some cool level with a dragon, but unfortunately it's for me it's more like what kind of hits at my heartstrings more. And when I see this color, this shade of purple, it really just like reminds me of just not just this one person, but just all of the love that I received and support I received from people, because it's hard. I mean, like, solo dev is tough, and like I love that I also work with a group of 3 on like other games that we're also trying to kind of make something together. But sometimes it gets pretty quiet, so it's nice when like you're kind of someone checks in and it's just like, hey, how are things? Like, can you just show me how the game is going? So just seeing this color purple honestly reminds me just like of that support, because yeah, it gets pretty quiet sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah.
Okay, hold on. That perfectly leads into a question that has been queued up. What changes are you making with your next game to not be up until 2 a.m. every night?
I want to. I'm still keeping the game small, but I don't have a goalpost per se. Like I don't. There's no like sports fest that I'm trying to hit. And I'm okay with like not releasing the game for the sake of being able to attend Next Fest, being able to really market it and build the number of wish lists that I want to do. So just not being like that hard on myself really is the big thing. Because there were moments where it was just like, no, like I want to go play Expedition 33, but I was just like, no, like you gotta lock in. Like this is, I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to meet a date. And the thing is, what's hard about the Sports Fest is that unlike Next Fest, where your game doesn't have to be released, you just need a demo up. Sports Fest, Steam requires your game to be up, and that's a whole other process that I was never really familiar with. Like forming an LLC, getting your game up on Steam, like that's a process. And I was sweating when they like rejected one of my builds, and the internet's like, yeah, it may take 2 more weeks for them to maybe like retest it. And I'm messaging them like, listen, you got to hear me out. It was an accident. I didn't know that the wrong achievement was set up. So for me, it's really just not being hard on myself and having a more realistic timeline. But it's still a process. It's still something that I'm kind of learning and working on, because I do like having that goalpost, because if not, then I'm working on the game forever. But yeah, that's probably like the biggest thing. And also just telling myself you need to go to bed at midnight. Like it doesn't matter. Like I've kind of recovered since then. But yeah, not fun to be like, because you're up late the night before. I'm like a bad, like, I'm still making time for it, but I'm a bad employee. I'm a bad friend. I'm a bad husband and father, so like, I'm just making sure that like, that just doesn't happen again. Maybe on a weekend, but yeah.
One more queued up related question, not from me this time. What is on the horizon for your next endeavor?
That's a great question. So, you guys are like, bro, do you like promote body doubling? My next game, which I'll talk about this like another time, because I really want people to like show off the stuff they're working on and whatnot. So I'm not gonna like open up Godot and show things. But my next game is actually a way of me kind of showing love back to all of the co-working communities that I've been a part of. One thing that is at breakfast, you're very funny, Petunia. I need to stop looking at your messages because they keep making me laugh. But I'm making a game, it's called Streamstead, and it's essentially, there's a game that came out actually probably like a month or 2 ago called On Together, which is essentially like, hey, let's gamify body doubling. And it's been, I put a lot of time into it. It's a really fun game, and the devs have done a fantastic job with it. For me, I've been wanting to make something very similar to On Together for a while now, but it's more kind of focused, and I get that this is a little bit more niche, but it's more focused towards like the streamer and not just like the gamer that just wants to study. So spending a lot of time in co-working community, spending a lot of time body doubling in On Together and outside of On Together, I've just like learned a lot of like, hey, I wish this existed. And I've learned that like through streaming, I'm not to myself, like watching streamers, one way that people really connect with body doubling is like having a presence, whether it's your name being on the screen or whatever. So essentially I'm making like a virtual body doubling game that at least for the first iteration, because I acknowledge scope creep's a thing, and I'm like, no, I will actually work on future updates of this, just not 1.0. For the first iteration, it's designed just for streamers, and then with future waves, I want to give the ability to have then anyone join from their desktop and be able to kind of co-work together. And then the third one would be maybe giving you more power to kind of create a world. It will be another floating game, so kind of think about like doing your, working on your desktop, and now instead of seeing a golf course on the bottom, you're just seeing other people that are kind of body doubling with you. So for me, it's honestly my way of saying like thank you to those communities, and also seeing like what I feel is like a need and a want from some of those communities. So yeah, I'm excited to kind of talk more about that another time, and maybe in one of the future meetups I'll be able to show it off. Oh, I can't
What do
hear.
you think were unexpected issues when you were actually releasing? You mentioned you had some stream. You said you had some Steam build issues. What else?
Yeah, for sure. So for me, I because the game had to be, so one, it was like I never like, please factor in time for releasing your game on Steam. My. But like one of the big ones was I why am I just drawing a blank right now? Was the build process of them approving your game. I think what had happened was I had achievements enabled, but I didn't have any achievement. No, oh no, the Steam page said there were achievements, but I didn't enable it yet in the build. And they were like, there's an inconsistency here, rejected. And I'm like, no. You're not gonna make me wait 2 weeks just because of that. But it was fine. They were really quick with it. Another big one that actually caused me to sweat for a little bit was Steam is also really particular on how often you're able to have your games go on sale. And because with Stortsfest, your game needs to have already been released, I had a launch sale for my game. And I think what I had done is I timed it right that you can launch your game with 2 weeks, being on sale for 2 weeks, I believe it was. And I was just like, I mean, a week is fine, because then I'm just going to go into Sportsfest with a different sale. I learned the day before Sportsfest, like, dude, that's not how that works. Your game is going to enter Sportsfest not on sale. And again, with like the little visibility that I was going to get from the game that I was hoping to bank from Sportsfest, I was like, man, like, I probably should have this game on sale. So that was kind of a little bit of a sweaty mess, but thankfully, I mean, like, I put in a ticket and I was like, listen, like, this was honestly just an oopsie. And Valve got back to me and they were like, no, we hear you. Like, that makes sense. Like, don't do it again, but we've extended it to 2 weeks. But that was definitely a pretty sweaty half day where I was like, oh no, what's going on? That was probably another one. And I mean, honestly, and this is just me, again, like you've seen how long I've been doing that. Getting, oh, hold on, I can hear myself. I'm gonna mute the room for 1 second. Being able to, like, start a business and, like, build out, like, like a good looking page and capsule art and making trailers, like, I really didn't put together, like, how much time that was going to take. So for me, like, I'm glad I was able to make it in time, but that definitely was, like, a pretty, like, stressful moment that, like, I won't do in the future. Like, I will be reaching out to artists a lot sooner and not when the game is done a month before release and I'm having to pay for expedited work because, I need it now. So, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, but I think we need to end it there. And if there are any other questions in chat that you don't mind answering, you can answer them offline. So sure. I want to thank you very much for this really informative and fun postmortem. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we do have a little bit of time. If anyone wants to show anything that they're working on, I know Rick and Rodrigo have been working on something for Brackies. It looks like, yeah, Rick is having issues. Rodrigo, can you load up your game that you wanted to show?
I don't have a build of the game myself right now. I can show a little bit of the some of the graphics pipeline, but other than that, we have to wait for the big guy to come. Rick, are you there?
You could pull up some of the posted like YouTube footage of it that Rick shared, like the latest update.
Oh yeah, we can totally show that.
Yeah, do you want to pull it up, or I can pull it up as well if you want?
You pull up the things.
Okay. Unless Rick becomes real. I'm pulling it up right now. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay. Can everyone see?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no audio yet. Audio team's moving a little slow. I can say that because I am the audio team, along with there's Solo as well, who I don't think is in the call, but we'll have that'll be sorted out today. But so here is the latest update that Rick shared with the team like midnight. So here.
So what's the theme of the jam?
Strange places.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's important information. So the theme of the stream is strange places. We kind of talked about it for a bit, and we settled on the idea of like psychedelic type of strange, like like a high. So in this game, like you go through, and here he is on a blizzard, goes through this cave. Oh wait, here we go. I forgot there was some recorded lines here. They're really quiet though. We're actually gonna boost that up hopefully today. I really like the voice acting for Zoltar that's gonna come up soon. Yeah, the big man, Zoltar.
It was fun playing with the post-processing effects, trying to get this to feel trippy. So Zoltar is supposed to be a reflection of your tripped out psyche. So it's kind of like your internal thought process. There is a lockpicking minigame. The trigger's a little too close. The environments that people made for this have been absolutely awesome.
Yeah, all of that was so cool. I was watching Cat work on like the trees last night, and like I love the eyes on there they're gonna be added in there. Like it's really good stuff.
Yeah, we're using a 3D stylized look. We find a way of doing it, which is usually done in 3D code, but we find a way of doing it in Blender, which has been really helpful. So for example, the head was painted by Alan. Some of the trees that they showed us, that was Cat, and it was all done in Blender. It's really it's really cool how it works.
This whole environment was made with like 5 models. So Mitch, Steam Pumpkin, did this level.
Look how hand painted that looks. Alan
I know,
did a
it's
great
awesome.
job of that one.
Alan did amazing. Oh, this isn't the
This is
new.
this is the old version of the scene. There's
Yeah,
there's an
it is.
updated version that looks a lot better.
Yeah. If you had refreshed it, but it's fine. You don't want to have to go through the whole game again. I got the build uploaded in the middle of the talk, John Collier's talk. Oh, you got caught. Yeah, we definitely took Omek as a inspiration for who this guy is.
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah. He's basically just a pillar in the cave that you keep talking to.
Did you assemble the levels in engine or in Blender?
In engine. Yeah, I think that's where you turn around. Yeah, there you go. So we've got the audio guys making music for this, so there's going to be like an urgent I'm getting chased kind of sequence going on.
Yeah, I got something with some electric guitars cooking up right now. It's funny, I was recording, so for the water area, I've been trying to get like the swimming for it, and obviously I can't put my mic in the bathtub because then I won't have a mic anymore. But so like I'm filling up the tub so I can like the idea is I'm gonna like sploosh around in it and record like the outer part, and I'll just put some filters to make it sound underwater. But I still end up flashing my mic a bit, so I'm like, ah, crap.
You have two options. One is you go with the rescuer, the other is you continue freaking out and you like jump off the side of the cliff. It's a good ending or a bad ending.
And I can show some of the graphical stuff if anyone's interested in stylized 3D.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright, let's go. Let's try to do it really quickly because we didn't get that much time. This one?
While you're setting up I think the underwater sound, there's like a math model for it.
Okay.
Alright, so these are some of the assets. These are very low poly. And through painting them by hand, the idea is that we kind of just like fake detail as well as like, kind of make them look a little bit nicer. So more or less, this is kind of like how they're worked. They're working a master scene, and then they're kind of sent through 3D code kind of one by one. At least that's the workflow that I'm using. 3D code here. And from here, I can kind of just, paint them as if I would paint, kind of anything else. I have to paint them here. It's not too dissimilar from, illustrating. So for example, here I need to fill this up, and 3D Code allows this really cool thing where I can also paint in a raster editor. So for example, I can paint here. I'm gonna just show how it works. I'm gonna put some paint there. I save here, go back to 3D Code, and it's projected map. And we found a way of actually doing it. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close there. We actually found a way of doing it in Blender, which really changed because 3D Code costs money, while Blender doesn't. We found a way of doing it also in Blender. See if I can make it work here. So object mode, texture paint. Go to options, quick edit, and really hope that it works. Let's see if it holds. Save. Go back to this. Apply. It did apply. So that workflow can also be done for cheap in Blender. You can just use Blender and Krita and choose projection map any changes that you do, and they will be applying to your texture. So, for example, here, let's see, layout. I'm in edit mode, object mode. So I'm gonna select this one. I'm gonna hide everything away to kind of make it a little bit more, what I'm doing. I'm gonna do the whole thing again. Texture paint. I got my model. I got it all set up. Quick edit. Blender, and yeah, any painting that I do here will be applied. And that's pretty much it. We're all using the same thing. Me, Kat, Anne, and Alan. We're all using the same approach, which can be done for cheap. Save here, back, apply, and it applies. That's that. If anyone has a question about the game or the process for making the assets.
So is that quick edit button just part of Blender, or is that an add-on thing?
Completely part of Blender. It does require you to work on Eevee. It doesn't work on cycles, but completely part of Blender and, free.
Seems like you're approaching like this arcane look.
We are referencing World of Warcraft, because World of Warcraft has a lot of assets, and it's a very old game, so it's very low poly. So over the years, they've been refining the way that they do the texturing, and we're all kind of big fans of it. And yeah, it's nice to have that reference. So, like, for example, whenever I paint, I keep looking at the World of Warcraft, what their artists have done, and kind of just getting like cues from there.
Ding, baby, let's go. Level 31.
Okay, yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, these pieces are a lot of fun to build environments with too.
We have about 5 minutes left. Does anyone else have anything they want to show? Okay, then I do have one last question about this game, Rick, Rodrigo, then. How did you go about brainstorming ideas that would fit the theme?
So we did not. The whole premise of this jam when we started, we were just like, hey, let's make a narrative explorer. Kind of inspired. I just recently went to an authors convention, and there was some people who may have wanted book adaptations made. So it's like, hey, let's experiment with like just taking a forward story and doing narrative mechanics without necessarily focusing on combat and gameplay kinds of scenarios. And when we were talking through it, like we were just kind of trying to figure out like, hey, what's the vibe we're going for? What's the spirit? And we didn't really have a dedicated narrative person. Like we had some people who thought they were going to do it, but then they didn't have as much time. And so we just said, okay, well, let's figure out what we can write with just a jumble of random ideas. And we just kind of had a bunch of talks of just like, hey, what happens if you're going around, like, let's start off like, okay, let's do something in a mountain and a cave. Like caves are cool as a place that we want to be. We ended up mood boarding a lot of different areas. So here I can share my screen really quick. This is the whole document that we had where we started off, and we gathered up in a Discord channel. Are you guys able to see it? I'm using the browser Discord, and it's sometimes janky.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, it just looks like a black gray screen.
Okay, of course. Let me see. I will post screen caps in the chat here. Basically, we talked about a bunch of different things. We ideated some stuff, like you're traveling around to different places. We talked about doing things like time sliders, Doctor Who, Stargate. Just like how do you teleport around? You'll see in the bottom right of the second picture, there's a list of like, is it tech that's teleporting us, magic, or is it a hallucinogenic? And we ended up settling on the hallucinogenic, and we just thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if you accidentally start tripping? So we were thinking, okay, well, you're in the mountains, you're cold. What if you are trying to burn something and the only thing you have available happens to be a hallucinogenic, and you end up just like in this happenstance trip and you don't know what's going on. And so you end up traveling through all of these weird places, and it enabled us to have different weird places without having somebody who was dedicated to narrative keeping it cohesive. It's like you can have an element of just random going from place to place if you're just tripping balls.
All right. You know, I just remembered, I have something that I wanted to show.
Sure.
So look, if you have anything else you want to show on the Brackies game, I'll bring mine up real quick. So I love first-person grid-based dungeon crawlers, and I had an idea for one, like a simplified version that's just all about picking up loot and leveling up real fast. So an incremental game. And I plan to, I'm putting together a prototype that I'm going to submit by the 28th to Indie Game Fest. And then plan to actually have a more playable version at Indie Game Fest. You know, let me get it running here. All right, we're gonna. Hold on. So right now, the game has AI art for the title screen and the menu screen that I'm going to swap out, and this is just a temporary, just functional version of creating your character. You can roll your stats, accept it, then you choose your race. You can randomize your name, and then you end up in a village. So vendors that you haven't unlocked yet are going to be gray. Ones that are available are in color, and you can enter the mountain. And this is where the meat of the gameplay is. So it's mostly automated. It auto attacks, although you can also, and you get loot. And there's a bit of jank. You can also manually perform actions. You're gonna heal up. And the dungeons are procedurally generated. And you pretty much just go through leveling up and getting equipment like this. And it'll just have your basic screens here. You can equip different items, and that is going to be the entirety of the game. So you just go through, get more and more items, get gold that you can spend in the village for items or upgrades or things like that. So I'm gonna see if we can find some interesting locations here. Yeah. And I'm just doing a real low resolution pixel style because I can find some off the shelf art, and two, I can make my own, like, you know, the little walls here and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this window, but
Yeah, Tony, that looks amazing, especially for a solo project. Sorry, everybody, I joined late, but I'm commuting from Philadelphia and I've been absolutely exhausted for the new job. But thank you for showing your game.
Yeah, thanks.
Are the enemies random generated?
I-
Time you go in this.
Oh yeah, I probably should have kept the screen up, but the algorithm for that is every time you take a step in the dungeon, it increases the chance of spawning an enemy 2 squares ahead of you, or possibly slightly signed.
I need one. So, like, your invention now set on
Yeah, I plan to have different levels with different enemies and different wall styles and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just.
No, it looks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, just very early in development right now. I didn't show some of the other menu windows that don't actually do anything, and actually the inventory doesn't let you move around your items either. So there's a lot that isn't working, but with a little smoke and mirrors, I should have a video at least available by the 28th. So I will try to. I'm a big advocate of playtesting early, so for the 28th, I'll try to have a playtestable version up in the playtesting channel if anyone wants to give some feedback on it. And I think we are out of time. Yeah, so any last minute, anything quick? Okay, all right, yeah, thank you everyone. Have a great weekend. Yeah, see you online in a couple weeks.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a
All right,
good
take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you
Later,
so much.
everybody.
Thank you.
See you.
So let me make sure I got myself muted. The game that Tony showed actually looked amazing. I took some screenshots. Dang, that game looked amazing. I'll actually message him. Here, let me exit out of here. Or wait, it's not. Tony, yeah. All right, let me take my headphones off. Cool. All that's done. That's good. Yeah, let's just relax today. That was pretty fun. I have to use the restroom. Hope everyone's well. Yeah, that's cool. Give me a minute. And I did level. I'm probably gonna go in the storm one. Hang tight.
me, Mario. Hello. Okie dokie.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. Woo! Here we go! Let's go! Yeah! Here we go! Let's go! Mamma mia! Let's go! Here we go! Let's go! Mamma mia! Let's go! Hegel. Yeah. Here we go! Yeah. Hey, go. Here we go! Here we go! Let's go. Here we go! Let's go! Mamma mia! Let's go! Here we go! Let's go! Mamma mia! 해고. 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 Mamma mia! Let's go! Here we go! Let's go! Here we go! Let's go! Here we go!
Wow, that was a big MIPS, big MIPS.
Here we go! Let's go! Here we go! Mamma mia! Here we go! Let's go!
Let's go, baby. That was clean. All right, go, go, go. Let's go, baby. There it is. Nice. That was pretty clean. Let's go. Not bad, not bad. GG, baby. Let's go. Smash those Mario emotes if you got them.
And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mario. We have to do something special for you.
Here we go!
Listen, everybody. Let's bake a delicious cake. For Mario.
For Mario. Let's go, baby. Thank you, Chinchilla. Mario. Butterball. Dude, one of the best games ever made. Wow. Alright, enjoy the credits. I'm kind of curious what my time was. I was recording a clip. We'll see what the time was. I can obviously do better. I made a lot of mistakes, but I also was exploring new stars this run too. It's all practice, all fun. Enjoy the Mario, baby. Hashtag mental health, hashtag save soil, hashtag conscious planet. While I was doing this run too, here real quick if let me see if I can get this to work. Hey, there's Butterball. This always gives me issues. Hopefully everything will be okay. Give me a second. Lately my webcam, yeah, there we go. All good. Put it over here. Alright, excuse me, I kinda lost my voice too. But I was gonna say, yeah, during that run I was thinking in the future I'd like, even if it's just on my stream, but how there's events like I forget the name of the one event that Ludwig and Squeaks do every year. Fast 52 or something? I'll look it up later. And how there's games done quick. I thought about having my own event where it's kind of like, I'm coming up with the names for it, but it's sort of like dealer's choice. Mario 64, like, enjoy the Mario. And dealer's choice, you pick any 16 star you want, or if you want a 70 star run, or if you want a 120 star run. And like, obviously, bringing awareness to the stream, getting new subs, new likes, bringing good vibes. But then maybe even at some point, like I said, whether it's Save Soil, Conscious Planet, Isha Foundation, mental health, just health awareness. So I started realizing like I want to make it that it's something that I enjoy, but then there can be like a deeper meaning to it too. So I was just like, actually I was making mistakes on the last level because I was brainstorming about that. But also, I met, well, like, you know, if some days I want to go for fast score, this and that, but I really don't. I've had world records and I've done amazing things in gaming. I don't really need to prove anything, and I really just in general try to get into a healthier and healthier place, just growing as a person. Here, let's let the ending finish. Yeah, look at the toads. Awesome.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Awesome. Thank you so much for playing my game. If anything too, I'm gonna go cosplay as Mario real quick and do a video. Like and subscribe, guys. I greatly appreciate it. Before I hop off stream, I may do a little bit more Warcraft, but let me shoot a Mario video just to promote, because I need to start doing that every day. Yeah, thanks again. And like I say, if anything, any day that I stream and I'm healthy and well to do so, I might just start doing these every day. That's really the plan. Today we had the indie game dev meeting. We did some Warcraft. Everything's good. You know what I mean? We're just chilling. So good. All good stuff. And I will admit, I just started doing this again yesterday. We collected 120 stars a few months ago. We're way ahead of the game, and I'm having fun doing it. And I sort of like the idea, like some stars that are even challenging stars, I like to switch it up, and I'm slowly practicing stars for a 70-star run, you know. But I'm not going to rush that. I'm going to take care of my health, and we may try something like that in the spring, in the summer. We'll see. No rush. It's about mental health, happiness, wellness, and bringing awareness to that. It's even funny. I know right now it's like What's funny is the core of the vibes that I'm going for are there, but then over time I'll be able to refine and establish it more. I guarantee a few months from now I'll have it like real locked in and real focused, or whatever. It doesn't even, it could stay like this as well. So thank you again. I'm gonna switch into my Mario cosplay. I'll be right back. And I'll probably leave it on live stream too to kind of show you guys how I've done it before where I'll like make the short content right on live stream. For me, it's nothing, you know, it's like, glory to God. I just, you know, have fun, do the thing. It's all about love and passion on the thing. Also later today, when I do take a little break, I'm probably going to go check out, see if they have any Mario 64 copies at a local game shop. And if they have one in good condition, I may just pick one up. I may start collecting those. They can be a little pricey, but not too bad, not too bad. Actually they go for about $40, and I would have haggled the price down last time, but I don't want marker on it and have it needs to be like a good copy if I'm paying $40. And even if it were like an okay quality, but I don't want a Sharpie on it, you know. So that's everything. All right, thanks guys. I'll be right back. Let me clip it and ship it. Hey, where's Butterbean too? She's in the other room. She's probably still sleeping. All right, I'll get her too. All right, be back. Here, if anything, too, I'm like working on content stuff too, thumbnail. It all comes with the work. So I'll reset the game. Take a screenshot. So there's like music playing. All right, give me a few minutes.
It's me, Mario. Hello. So long, Bowser. Press start to play. Press start to play. Press start to play.
All right, guys, we're back. Let me do the content. I'll probably do one on here and then on there.
Press start to play.
It's me, Mario! We're on live stream and we just did another 16-star speedrun practice. We did one last night and ate the burrito, or fish, or... Alright, we're gonna do that again. Because I need the... I may not even mention the food challenge yesterday. We could say... yeah, I'm just gonna do it normal, okay? It's me, Mario! We're on live stream and we just practiced another 16-star speedrun. Wow, wee wow. And we're going to keep practicing 16-star speedruns. We got the 120 stars a few months ago, and eventually we're going to work up to a 70-star speedrun, all on one stream. But for now, we'll do 16-star speedruns and have fun picking our own stars, BLGs, and everything. Oh, Mario's losing his voice a bit. But also, Mario likes to bring awareness to mental health, to save soil, and conscious planet. Be awesome to each other, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. See you later. Alright, that was not too bad. I am losing my voice a bit. Let me watch it and see if it's like... Alright, that was not bad. My voice. Let's see. I might try to shoot another one and keep it more simple and concise. So let me try to do another one. Hold up. It's me, Mario! We're on live stream and we just finished practicing another 16-star speedrun. Wow, wee wow. And a few months ago we did 120 stars. I'm working up to be able to do 70 stars on one stream. But for now, we'll have fun doing 16-star speedruns and enjoying the Mario. That's the most important. Mental health, save soil, conscious planet. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. See you later. That's better. Boom, baby. That one's better. And then let me review it. That one's better though. It's me, Mario. We're on live stream and we just finished practicing another 16-star speedrun. Wow, we wow. And a few months ago we did 120 stars. I'm working up to be able to do 70 stars on one stream. But for now, we'll have fun doing 16-star speedruns and enjoying the Mario. That's the most important. Mental health, save soil, conscious planet. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. See you later. See you later. It's me, Mario. Alright. Let's just, we'll just clip it and ship it. And then we do, let me get the Mario 64. What does Cool Cool Mountain sound like on? Let me put Cool Cool Mountain on this one. Cool. That we'll post this. This one, that one's good. I might do one in a normal voice for the video. All right, I'm posting that now. Cause I'm gonna write this down too. It's like doing it every day. Cause like I'll explain why later. I don't even need to explain. But just it's good for the promotion. It's good for the brand. It's good for everything. Practicing another 16-star speedrun. Wow, wee wow. And a few months ago, we did 120 stars. I'm working up to be able to do 70 stars on one stream. But for now, we'll have fun doing 16-star speedruns and enjoying the Mario. That's the most important. Mental health, save soil, conscious planet. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace. See you later. Cool. Go give that a like, guys. Go give that a like. Thanks. So then we do this. Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to another video. I'm just gonna speak in my normal voice because I just spoke in the Mario voice for the short to promote the stream and this new Mario 64 challenge I've been doing. A few months ago, I went for collecting all 120 stars, and we already achieved that, as you can see above. And now I've been practicing 16-star speed runs, and eventually I'd like to work up to doing a continuous 70-star speed run. But first and foremost, enjoying the Mario is the most important. Having fun, and mental health awareness. Hashtag save soil. Hashtag conscious planet. Representing Isha Foundation and all good things. Be awesome to each other. Be awesome to yourselves. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna see what my time was for today's run. I made a bunch of mistakes, but I'm gonna learn. You just gotta embrace those things. And the way that I wish to approach speedrunning or Mario 64 is not worrying about world records or top 100s. I've had like 8 world records before, and I'm on so many top 100 leaderboards. At the end of the day, it's like you want to have fun playing the game and enjoy it. And if that's part of that, then go for it. But I'd say for me, sometimes you start to outgrow certain things, and you can still make something competitive and challenging, but it's most important to keep it fun and take care of your health on all levels the best that we can. So like and subscribe if you guys like content like this. Check out one of my streams. Smash the like button, consider becoming a member, and if you're able to, donate a super chat, donate in any way you can, and as always, it'll go to a good cause. So like and subscribe, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace. Boom, baby. So then that is one take. Boom, boom, boom. Let me actually get so that is the one take right there. I hate when I copy pasta. There we go. I'm gonna just fix it. I'll fix it. I will fix it. Do not worry. That's fine. When you copy pasta, sometimes it like shifts all my icons, so that's good. We got it figured out. All good. It's even like lately I'm gonna practice. Like I just practice shifting the gear of like, just fix it real quick. I also re-downloaded Street Fighter. Maybe later I'll stream some Street Fighter. You know, how have I been streaming almost 5 hours? That's unreal. Okay. Interesting. I am going to take a little break, and I'll be back. Yeah. Thanks again, everybody, and give the videos that I post a like, and I'll see you guys later.